We're all doing all right tonight. My apologies for being a little bit later than usual. I woke up very late today. Had to grab some food really quick before starting stream. But I'm feeling a lot better now. Definitely feeling much better than I have the past couple of days. So hopefully I'll be able to only stream for a couple hours tonight. Okay, so tonight might only be collectives again. I'm not quite certain about that yet. I might decide to open up the queue later, but gonna start off with some collective readings first. But before we get into that, I'm going to ask the Oracle deck what it might have to say to us today. Okay. What message do you have for us today? message do we need to hear today? Once again, I think this deck is being camera shy. Of course, as soon as I say that, it pops out a card. Gonna be a bit sassy and trolly today, huh? So the card that popped out is Council of Light. Council of Light says, the Council of Light is a team of benevolent beings who are here to assist the raising of consciousness of the planet. They are here to help you achieve your soul mission and are guiding you every step of the way. However, because we live in a world where free will reigns, they cannot help you without your permission. If you would like their assistance, it is time to ask them. They can help with all kinds of requests. Nothing is too big or too small. Think of them as your personal team of helpers in the spirit realm. They are willing and ready to step in and get to work. What would you like help with? What tasks would you like to delegate to them? The Council of Light is a team of ascended masters, light beings, angels, and guides, devoted to the rising of the earth and all of humanity. If you are a light worker, it is from them that you receive your personal mission. Like a spirit world United Nations, they want to thank you so much for doing this work and devoting your life to uplifting the planet. Pray to them for clarity and guidance regarding your personal mission. Put in your requests and let them get to work. Also, hello. I hope you enjoy your walk. Also, I wish you the best of luck with that beasto. it's quite alright. Sometimes putting it out there is the best way to begin. If you're not into journaling, that's actually something that I might recommend. Just as a way of not only like getting things out, but as a way of physically writing down your intentions and what you would like to see. Sometimes that helps. And yeah, I've seen the Starseed Oracle. This one is Work Your Light. It's by the same author and same artist. This is the box. It has very similar art, a very similar vibe. One of the biggest differences that I've noticed, though, this one in particular, and one thing that I've seen a few people have expressed that they kind of prefer a little bit more about this deck is this deck has confirmation cards. I'm trying to find them currently. So this particular deck, one thing that is different is it has, I think, 3 or 4 confirmation cards, but these two in particular are ones that are exclusive to this deck. A yes and a no card. But this deck does have very, very similar cards to the Starseed Oracle. There are quite a few that are like this. I don't know how similar the two decks are. I don't own the Starseed Oracle, but it's one that I would eventually like to get. So I can't quite say how similar they are, but I particularly, anyway, would recommend this deck. This is typically the one that I use in pretty much like my just daily general readings. This is one that I use for myself a lot. And if I want something a bit different, I also have this one. This one's also wonderful. And then if I want something that is much, much more powerful, have the Empyrean from Threads of Fate. Messages in this one are quite punchy, and they can be quite brutally honest. But they can also be very gentle and loving as well. But anyway, I asked what message the Oracle deck had for us today to begin with, and this is the answer it gave: the Council of Light. Council of Light essentially was saying that your spirit guides are here to help you. All you have to do is first ask for help. I feel like that's a nice message to start off with. I know that card in particular I got like a couple days ago, actually, I think. As a reminder. But anyway, I guess it's time to move on to the first collective reading. So, we'll be using the same deck as last time. Tarot of the Divine by Yoshitani. And the same Oracle deck that I just opened with. So. I apologize if that's really loud. Noise canceling usually cuts most of that out, but it apparently decided it wanted to pick all of that box opening in very high detail. Okay. What message do we need to hear today? Okay. So the first card here is the Five of Cups reversed. The second one is a Two of Cups, or Two of Coins, sorry. And the third one is Three of Cups. So, immediately what I'm getting out of this one, and I know this one applies to me too. Essentially, we need to move on from the feelings of grief that we were feeling and find a bit more balance. And to do that, it is telling you to let go and have a little fun. That is something that has recently come up quite a lot for me. Particularly recently. It's something that my guides have been telling me a lot. That I essentially just need to remember to let go and have fun. And spend time doing things that I enjoy. And that may help me move on from the not so great feelings that I've been struggling with for a while. So, if that's if that's something that resonates with any of you as well, just remember just to take a step back sometimes and remember to have fun. They like, in particular, they like giving me this message as a reminder that not everything has to be about productivity. Not everything has to be about making progress. I know for myself, sometimes. Jesus, I apologize for that. That was very loud. One thing I hate about, like, the onset of spring in this area. So many motorcycles. So many. Ugh. Anyway, um, but yeah, I don't know if that's something that anyone else needed to hear. But yeah, if you've been struggling a bit lately, just remember to also let yourself have fun sometimes. It doesn't always have to be so serious. It doesn't always have to be about constantly making progress, about constantly being productive. You are allowed to enjoy yourself as well. Let's see what the Oracle deck has to add to this. What further insight do you have? Hmm. Didn't it pop out this card last time? Yeah, this was the one that we got at the end of stream, wasn't it? Or no, did we get this with the last collective? Hmm. Okay. So the Oracle card is Awakening. I know we got this at some point last stream. Awakening says, you are going through a period of awakening. Things are changing within you and at many levels. You are starting to remember ancient truths and discovering more and more about who you are and why you incarnated. You may find that you are experiencing past life flashbacks, seeing the invisible thread that is woven through all of life, or even feeling Kundalini Shakti rise through your body from the base of your spine. The most important thing for this time is not to overthink it and to stay grounded. This was the one that we got for the last collective. Which fits very well for this message. Share your experiences with like-soul people while you consciously integrate them. Journal and pay attention to your dreams. You are remembering and your soul gifts are emerging. During this time of transition and awakening, you may be called to devote yourself to being of service. There are ideas, truths, concepts, books, and creations waiting to be birthed into this world. Stay open to receiving them. Pulling this card may be a sign that you are here to birth one of these creations into the world. Or perhaps you are being called to make a shift in your life in order to be of service. Don't think too much about it. So, the most important part of that message, I feel like, is part that reminds you not to overthink it too much and to stay grounded. which goes very well with the message of balance. Need to remember to balance our progress with our enjoyment. Or perhaps your work with enjoyment. So, if anyone else, if there resonates with that, I hope it helps you a little bit. Try to remember to allow yourself to have a little fun every once in a while. The Three of Cups is a card of celebration. It's telling you to go out and have fun. Okay. With that, I guess let's go ahead and do another one. What message do those who are watching need to hear today? Down the floor it goes. Okay. Message to those who are watching need to hear today. One moment. More cards just flew onto the floor. So, yes, I most certainly have. So, I feel like maybe two messages just popped out. As I was shuffling that last time, I got one more card for this one here. But then one more card fell out into my lap. And two more fell out onto the floor. These might be connected, they might be separate. But for this one here, there's the Hanged Man, the Two of Wands, and the Four of Cups. Which, actually, now that I look at these, I do think they are connected. So, I think they are connected. So, the other three are the Moon reversed, the Ace of Coins, and the High Priestess. So, for the first three, I feel like it's asking you to pause. To pause and reevaluate. Perhaps take a look back at things. The Four of Cups here is also reminding you to appreciate what you have. And then along with that, what I'm getting out of these three here so for this one, I get the feeling that this one's trying to deliver the message of being disconnected with yourself, or perhaps disconnected with your intuition. these two are telling you to reconnect with it. To reconnect with yourself, to reconnect with your intuition. Whatever that may be for you. Yeah, I'm pretty certain the last collective that you were here for mentioned something about that too, so it's a message I get, like, not super frequently, but it's one that pops up. More so as a reminder that I more so take it as a reminder to remain connected with myself. And to listen to or, well, do my best to, anyway, do my best to listen to what my intuition or my inner self is telling me. Particularly, this one pops up a lot when I'm not listening to the cues that my body is giving me about actually resting. Oh, nice. Do you work on project cars? Or, sorry, wait. A box of car parts. Yeah, okay. I didn't misread that. I'm sorry. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Nice. Okay. Um, yeah. I feel like this. I feel like those could either be two separate messages, or they also could just be one larger message. But either way, let me see what else the Oracle deck has to add. What further insight do you have? insight do you have? A moment. I'm actually going to pull out the other deck. This one still strikes me as a bit camera shy. So let's see what Moonology has to say. What insight do you have? Don't tell me I'm gonna have to pull out the the other one. Is the Empyrean gonna be the one that I'm gonna have to use on stream? Is that what it wants? Damn it. Insight do you have? Oh, Jesus. Finally. Oh. Well. So, that card is New Moon in Aries. It's time to take action. Oh boy. New Moon in Aries says, the flame is lit. A wonderful new start beckons, and you're on the right track. Drawing this card is a superbly positive sign if there is something you want to happen in your life. Take this card as a big yes from the universe. This is the time to really tune into your dreams. You may still have a long way to go. After all, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. But you're on your way. Determination, self-assertion, and bravery are called for. But the hot fire of Aries is driving you towards success in whatever endeavor you're asking about. The caution? Don't go too fast and forget your manners. Treat people well as you charge towards your goals. You'll create much better karma for yourself. another part of this just stuck out to me too, as well as the other meaning. Thing that I like about this book, and this particular deck, has little additional bits here. That first bit says, do your best, and be happy with that. Which I feel like that fits really well. Particularly with this one here, which is also telling you to appreciate what you have. Yes. Yeah, if that helps you too. Yeah, I can also definitely identify and resonate with this one a bit. Like I said, particularly like this part right here, and like this one, these two. For me personally, this is this one. This one is one of my defining cards. When that one pops up, that's one that I actually have a connection to. There are two that I have like a bit of like a deeper connection to. The High Priestess being one of them. It's actually probably the second one. The High Priestess, whenever that one pops up, I know that one's telling me to actually listen to myself. That one pops up a lot when I'm not listening to the cues that my body's giving me. And is usually a reminder to not push myself too far, because I try to do that too often. I usually struggle with that one a bit, which is why, like, this portion of the message in particular comes up for me a lot. Not a lot, but just frequently enough. um, doesn't it came up a lot like early on. Um, it's not something that comes up as frequently anymore because I've been trying my best to be better about actually listening to my body when it's actually telling me that I need to rest and that it can't do it anymore. Accepting that has been something that's probably been like one of the harder parts of of my of my progress, of my growth, just personally. Hmm. I feel like if you identified with the first one as well, like the first reading, um, if you haven't been having enough like fun in your life or enough time for just yourself, then yeah, sure, might be a sign that you should take a little more time to have fun, take a little more time for yourself. Which, like, if you identified with the first one and this one as well, particularly about the part that is, well, really not the entire thing here. Again, like telling you to take pause, reevaluate things, remember to appreciate what you have, and that there's a bit of a disconnect with yourself and that you need to reconnect with yourself. The easiest way to do that, take time for yourself. Create time for yourself. So yeah, if you if you identified with both of those messages, yes, I feel like that would certainly be a sign to do so. Yes. So yeah, just maybe take a little time for yourself today. Yeah, I'll probably be around for like another hour ish, maybe. I try to at least aim for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Yup. Okay. Um, I do read manga. Um, I don't anymore anyway. I don't watch a whole lot of anime. That's mostly because I don't really have like access to a whole lot of it. I don't really have like access to a lot of like streaming services. Just because money's a little tight. So, but um, I do read manga. Um, Nice. Like in the past, I've paid for like a digital Shonen Jump subscription, and I own like some physical copies. Um, yeah, I've heard of that service before. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, I've paid for a digital Shonen Jump subscription before, which is only like a couple dollars. Um, and I have bought like physical um, physical copies of um a few editions of manga. Um, Mostly like anything by uh, Junji Ito. He's a horror manga artist. Um, I love that. Like, if you've never read anything by Junji Ito and you're in any way into horror, I highly recommend. Yeah. Leg, why you gotta start cramping? Oh, cable. Sorry, trying to stretch my leg a little bit. Actually, if you're wondering why things move so much, it's actually using the table. It's the corner of my bed. Don't really have the space for like a setup, like on a table or like my desk or anything. So this was the solution I came up with. Yeah, I have a tripod with a light and a phone mount in the middle of it. Not so much that the camera's moving, more so that I'm also sitting on the edge of my bed. So anytime I move, the bed moves. Leg is cramping a bit, so I'm trying to stretch it a bit so it stops being a bitch. Ow. Okay, that's better. Okay. Um. Hmm. Luckily, I've never really had a cat that did that. My cats were just psychopaths during the day. Yeah, they just got it all out during the day, and then they passed out for like the entire night. So, yep. Oops. Okay. Um, I guess. Let's see. I guess I could probably. I guess I'll probably open the queue now and do a couple readings there. Oops. Oh yeah. So as I was like talking about earlier, about how this was like one of my defining cards. Probably like the second one. If you're curious what the other one is, it's the tower. That's my probably like the first one that I actually connected to deeply. Is the tower. So that probably tells you a lot about my approach. Yeah. Um the tower was like the first one that I actually like deeply connected to. Um Particularly because um I know a lot of people see that card and they ascribe like a negative meaning to it, or like a they're a bit wary of it when it pops up. And I never felt that way. Um to me the tower doesn't necessarily have to have a negative connotation. It only has a negative connotation. This is probably something that a lot of people don't like to hear, which is probably why they don't like it. The tower only has a negative connotation if you don't listen to the earlier messages. The energy around the tower itself is, to me, quite beautiful. Because it is asking for massive change, yes. But it is doing so that you can get rid of whatever it is that is in your way, that is preventing you from continuing down your path to growth. Why would that be a bad thing? So the tower card, yeah. The tower card for me, this is what it looks like in this deck, by the way. The tower card for me has never scared me. I've never been afraid of it. I've never been wary of it. I've never felt like there was a negative meaning attached to it. And personally, for me anyway, um, so in the order of in the order of the major arcana, do you know what card comes before the tower? The devil. Do you know what the devil represents? The things we chain ourselves to, the ways in which we hold ourselves back. If you don't listen to this message, the tower's gonna come and fuck your shit up. But it's not the tower's fault. And I know a lot of people probably attach a negative meaning to that. Because they don't like hearing that. Yeah, there you go. uh, and like, don't get me wrong, I understand that those lessons are very, very hard to learn. I understand why people would be fearful of that massive change, especially if it is completely shaking up the world as they know it. And things that they once thought were their most stable pieces of their life suddenly aren't there anymore. I get that that message, that like that level of like change can be very hard to accept. I do. But the important part to remember is that on the other side of this, on the other side of this, there is beauty. There is transformation. So, this card is the first one that I connected to on a much deeper level. And I'm, of course, not saying that literally everything bad that happens to you, or literally every tower moment that you will experience, is your own fault. Sometimes life just throws you a curveball. And that shit sucks. But if you have been ignoring the signs for a very long time, and haven't done a whole lot to try to change those things in your life, or try to change tracks. Well, yeah. Anyway, uh, I probably have time to do like a couple readings in the queue. Oh no, you're fine. So, I think I'll open up the queue for a little bit. Probably have the energy to do like a few. Okay, let's go ahead and open queue here. Okay. So, the queue is now open if anyone would like to join. . Now my leg is starting to cramp again. Time to stretch it out a bit more. Oh no, you're fine. What color did you paint them? Ah, yeah. Is there any other color that you like to paint them? If you could? It's cool. These days, like there are all sorts of like color shifting polishes and stuff that they make. There are so many. All sorts of different colors too. Okay. Okay. Well, you are up first. So let me know when you're ready. Um, I'm not really sure that I'm like super like comfortable doing like anything too involved quite yet. Um, haven't really given like too many readings to like other people, so that's still something that I am trying to get a feel for, which is really why I'm here in the first place. So, but if it's alright with you, I would rather probably just keep it to like a general reading. I usually just ask, like, what message it is that we need to hear today or just in this moment. Okay. What message does we still need to hear today? Yep. Well, so we got the Hanged Man, the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Wands. Um, so the feeling that I'm getting out of this usually the Hanged Man would imply like a stasis, but with these two here, I don't think that's what that means. This one, the feeling that I'm getting from it is rather than a pause. Rather, I feel like it's telling you to pause and reflect. Reflect being the important part there. This goes very well with the reading earlier that you resonated with, particularly with the oracle card that was saying it's time to take action, because that is most certainly what these two are telling you. The knights in particular represent fast movement. So this one, the Knight of Wands, more so about well, This one, I don't know if that means anything to you, but this one in particular is passion. I feel like this one is asking you to find your passion. What is it that you're passionate about? What is it that drives you? That one is asking you to either, if you don't know, that may be telling you to find that, or if you do know, it's telling you to follow that. And the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords in particular is it's about taking action. So, again, this kind of fits in with the theme of the earlier reading. So, essentially, all together, it may be telling you here to pause and reflect and see what gives you that passion, to find what gives you that passion, and to essentially to charge forward with that. Whatever it is that brings you passion, whatever it is that you're passionate about, whatever it is that drives you, to find it, to charge forward with it. Yeah, you mentioned the car thing earlier. And you said that that was something that was relaxing. So perhaps it's asking you to pause and reflect on those things. And find which one drives you the most. Let's see what the Oracle deck has to add. Yeah. What further insight do you have for this one? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I know that feeling. So, the oracle card you got is Lemuria. It says Lemuria, or Mu, is one of Earth's lost lands, where heaven really was a place on Earth. A time before we were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. In Lemuria, life worked in harmony. All beings were seen as equal, and we were deeply reverent to Mother Earth. We knew that a mosquito was no worse than us, and the sun no better. Perhaps you too believe that heaven really can be a place on Earth. Perhaps you were part of the transition team who at soul level are devoted to creating this kind of harmony on the planet now. Thank you for wanting to do this work. It's easy to get overwhelmed by the state of affairs on the planet right now, but you are being encouraged to keep holding the clear vision of the future. It is closer than you think. You may be guided to hold the frequency of Lemuria in your own community, family, workplace, or within yourself. Know that it is possible, and while at times it may feel like you are alone, you truly are not. There are hundreds of thousands who hold the codes of this ancient lost land, and even the Lemuria crystals that hold the codes of remembering that are beginning to rise all over the planet. Keep doing what you are doing, and remember, the only way to heal the world around us is to first heal ourselves. So the important part of this is, of course, the last line there. The only way to heal the world around us is to first heal ourselves. Or, in other words, before we can extend our kindness and our willingness to help to others, we first must remember to take care of ourselves. We can't give everything and leave nothing for ourselves, because then we will have nothing to give. The second part being the line that says, "It is easy to get overwhelmed by the state of affairs on the planet right now, but you are being encouraged to keep holding the clear vision of the future. It is closer than you think." So, yeah, I certainly understand that very well. I'm going to draw you one from the other oracle deck as well. I feel like they both have different vibes, but both of them can be very nice. message. What further insight do you have? We're thinking about it. What further insight do you have? There we go. Ah. So. I feel like that one in particular goes really well with this. So, third quarter moon, adjustments are required. That one says, think of yourself as a vessel that has been filled more and more over the past few weeks. Some of what has come your way may have been wonderful, but there is also a lot of negativity, and you need to let go of this. Whatever situation you're asking about now, be honest about whether there are toxic emotions involved, which you need to release into the ethers. This card also comes with the promise that all is not lost. However, there are changes or adjustments required before you will get to where you want to be. A change of course is forecast now that recent events have been understood and acted upon. There may also be a quote-unquote crisis now, which will remind you what you want and what it's time to let go of, so pay attention. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sure. Let me find it again. Think of yourself as a vessel that has been filled more and more over the past few weeks. Some of what has come your way may have been wonderful, but there is also a lot of negativity, and you need to let go of this. Whatever situation you're asking about now, be honest about whether there are toxic emotions involved, which you need to release into the ethers. This card also comes with the promise that all is not lost. However, There are changes or adjustments required before you will get to where you want to be. A change of course is forecast now that recent events have been understood and acted upon. There may also be a quote-unquote crisis, which will remind you what you want and what it's time to let go of. So pay attention. So, overall that fits in with like the rest of the message here about pausing to reflect and reevaluate about what it is that you really want, and what you're passionate about and what drives you. Yeah. That's okay though. Sometimes we just need a reminder that we're still going in the right direction. More so, a reminder that we need to keep doing these things, to keep moving forward. But both of these, they both also come with a message of positivity. That there are good things waiting on the other side. Yeah. But also, more so, I would say, I would also say that it's also, remember that it's also okay to feel those other emotions. Just remember to not hold on to them too hard or for too long. Feeling those things is okay. Just remember that they won't be forever. Yes. So, I noticed the other person that was in here earlier that was talking to you, they said something about like making a ritual out of it. And I mentioned that um, journaling and actually writing those things down can be helpful. So, something else that you could do, like, I don't know if you're into witchcraft at all. You don't really have to be to do this, though. Um, the most important part about it is the symbolism. If you wish to take that a step further, there is something else that you could do. If you were interested. Write those things down. Write all those. Write down all of those negative feelings. Write down anything that you feel doesn't serve you, whatever it is you're ready to let go of. Write it all down on just a regular notebook. Take it and burn it. It is very symbolic of releasing those things. A way to further solidify that these are things that you want to let go of. Make sure you're being safe about it, of course. But Automod appears to have Automod appears to have uh yep. I'll have to play around with those settings a bit more. Well, the reason it stated that it blocked that was the use of the word fucker. It said that it could have potentially been used in a way that was like bullying someone else, but like obviously not. It's okay, Automod. You can chill, but thank you. It wasn't used against anyone else, Automod. But thanks. Well, I thought about that, but I do want some semblance of control, and I do want it. I do want it to obviously block like certain terms automatically. But I do want some semblance of control because I do want people to still feel comfortable here. And I know like certain things can make some people uncomfortable. I don't want to make them feel unwelcome or uncomfortable simply because, you know, yeah. Also, hello again. I hope you're doing well. That's good. Yeah, I'm doing alright. My legs are cramping a little bit, but I'm mostly okay. So, just trying to stretch them out every once in a while. Well, I hope I hope your night improves. But yeah. Okay. Well. Well, I hope you enjoy that. And yes, of course you can join for a reading. The queue's open. So, okay. But yeah. So I hope those messages help you. Like the earlier collective reading said. Remember to also take time for yourself. Of course. Okay. So it is your turn. Okay. We'll see what it gives you. I usually try to stick around 3. So Let's see what it has. So, what message does Jim need to hear today? Oh no, blizzard. Okay. Just like last time, it gave you extras. The 5 of Wands reversed. The 9 of Coins. The Magician. Ace of Wands. The King of Wands. Oh, I already know this message isn't going to be punchy. This is actually a very nice message. So, the 5 of Wands is telling you that, essentially, you need to stop fighting with yourself. Essentially that, you're moving towards more positive things in your life. This in particular is telling you that you will find security or prosperity. It's going to take work, but you will find it. These two here are telling you that you can create this for yourself. Whatever rut you may have been in, whatever negative mindset that you have found yourself in, this is telling you that you can get yourself out of that. You can pull yourself out of that. And that this is something that you can create for yourself. And that essentially you can embody this again. That you can embody the energy of the King of Wands. This bright, energy of passion. So, not a not a negative reading at all. It's quite positive, actually. So, I hope that's something you can identify with. I hope that's something that can help. I think last time you were here, you were mentioning like struggling with something. So I hope that situation is beginning to improve for you. This is telling you that it will. Let me pull you an oracle card here. Actually, let me. So, I'll let you decide here if you want. Which of these would you like? There's the one on the left is the Work Your Light Oracle. The one on the right is Moonology Oracle. Is there one that calls to you more? Okay. What further insight do you have? Again, you got a few extras. Something told me to keep shuffling, so, you got two the first time. Something told me to keep shuffling again, though. Initially it spit out 4, but I said no. And asked for, like, at most, like, 2 more. Make sure they were what you really needed to hear. And you got these 2. So. I'm gonna go with, I guess, this one first. This one is Transformation. Yeah, the art is really pretty. Also, it sounds like it would be a really funny sticker to put on your car somewhere, yeah. Yeah. So, Transformation says, things are changing at a cellular level. You are not who you were a year ago, or who you will soon be. You are in between, emerging half risen, half falling. Keep doing the work. You are transforming. You will look back at this time with awe, with so much is happening in your inner world and within your cells. It is time to release old ways of being that have kept you in fight, flight, freeze mode. To choose a new way of being, where trauma is not the driving force. Old childhood patterns are rising up to be healed. As you allow yourself to observe them and feel them without attachment, they loosen their grip and fall away. You are being called to find new ways to self-soothe. Saturn and the Black Madonna and the African goddess Oshun influence this card. Saturn represents destruction and transformation. The Black Madonna represents the underground and all that has been cast aside. And Oshun represents the tender love of the original mother. A rethreading is happening, healing at the deepest of levels. While you are in this phase, don't put yourself under pressure to perform. You may need to review your relationship with your body, perhaps even shifting your diet or exercise regime. Or getting energetic healing support. You may also need to consider some kind of emotional support, as issues from your childhood may come up to be healed. You are deeply loved. Well, I see why that one wanted to be read first. The next one here is Lemuria. Lemuria says, Lemuria or Mu is one of the Earth's lost lands, where heaven really was a place on Earth. A time before we were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. In Lemuria, life worked in harmony. All beings were seen as equal, and we were deeply reverent to Mother Earth. We knew that a mosquito was no worse than us, and the sun no better. Perhaps you too believe that heaven really can be a place on Earth. Perhaps you are part of the transition team who at soul level are devoted to creating this kind of harmony on the planet now. Thank you for wanting to do this work. It's easy to get overwhelmed by the state of affairs on the planet right now. But you are being encouraged to keep holding the clear vision of the future. It is closer than you think. You may be guided to hold the frequency of Lemuria in your own community, family, workplace, or within yourself. Know that it is possible, and while at times it may feel like you are alone, you truly are not. There are hundreds of thousands who hold the codes of this ancient lost land, and even Lemuria crystals that hold the codes of remembering that are beginning to rise all over the planet. Keep doing what you are doing, and remember, the only way to heal the world around us is to first heal ourselves. So the important bits of this message here are the last part. This one came up earlier. In fact, I'm pretty sure you got that yourself, Beasto, right? That wasn't one of the collective ones. That was one that just came up for you, I'm pretty certain, right? So the important bit of this message is the last line. Keep doing what you are doing. And remember, the only way to heal the world is to first heal ourselves. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it did. So, in other words, in order to be in a position to extend our kindness and our want to help or give in whatever way that it is that we want, we first need to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. Because if you keep giving everything to everyone else, you have nothing left for yourself. And if you have nothing for yourself, at some point you will have nothing left to give. Before we can extend that in the way that we want to others, we first need to make sure we take care of ourselves. The other important part of this message is the part that says it's easy to get overwhelmed by the state of affairs on the planet right now. But you are being encouraged to keep holding the clear vision of the future. It is closer than you think. Like, things right now can be quite overwhelming. So, whether that be with, again, the state of the world at large right now, or even just within your own life, things can very quickly get overwhelming. The important part to remember, and I think this was one of the messages that you got last time you were here, in fact, is to remember that there will be an end. Things will improve. which of course goes very well with the message of these cards here. And the next one is Sisterhood of the Rose. Sisterhood of the Rose says, the Sisterhood of the Rose is a lineage of priestesses and mystics who devoted their lives to serving humanity and seeding light consciousness all over the earth. A cross-section of ancient lineages, it is the path of devotion and beauty. Walking this path means being devoted to seeing and creating beauty wherever you go. The rose symbolizes the heart and the sacred geometry of all life. You are being called to notice the beauty around you, particularly in nature, and to hear the whispers of Mother Earth. You are being called to spend more time in nature, as all the ancient secrets live there. Mother Earth is constantly whispering. Spend time admiring her creations, and you will be rewarded with insight and grace. You are being called to take a little more time to both notice the beauty that exists all around you and contribute to the beauty of the world in your own way too. This could be through your own creations, or in the little things like how you dress, to picking flowers for your home. Every time you devote your time to creating beauty, you harmonize the planet a little more, and the shift in vibration can be felt. So, this one in particular, what I get out of that one in particular is always to remember to see the beauty in things. Because sometimes we forget to do that. Sometimes we get too focused on noticing all the negativity around us, which particularly here in the US is very hard to avoid because that is all the 24-hour news cycle is good for. So, we are often just bombarded by constant negativity. Because of that, we often struggle to actually see the beauty around us, rather than the negativity. So this card in particular, I feel like is asking you to notice the beauty in life around you. Or the beauty in the little things. Like in particular, it mentioned somewhere in this about it could even be You could even do so by the way you dress, or like picking flowers to place somewhere in your home, or buying flowers to place somewhere in your home. And to me, that also says, to also create a little happiness for yourself by perhaps doing something small like that. Essentially do something that makes you feel good. Like if there's I don't know, like a particular outfit that you wear sometimes that gives you like a sense of confidence, wear that. If you wanna buy a few like small decorations to place in your home to make it look a little nicer, do that. Do something that creates a little happiness for yourself. Hmm. And the final card here is boundaries. Boundaries says, you are being called to create clear boundaries in your life. This could be with your friends, family, or work. Saying yes when you really mean no leads to resentment, which is the biggest energy drain ever. At first, it might only be a little bit and not feel like a big deal, but before you know it, your energy field becomes porous and you are left feeling depleted, resentful, or taken advantage of. Saying no and having clear boundaries is actually a spiritual act. The most giving, loving, compassionate people are those with the clearest boundaries. For when they say yes, they are able to give unconditionally. When your boundaries are clear, others know where they stand, and you are able to give freely. If you are not clear where your boundaries lie, this causes confusion, resentment, and energetic cords to be planted. If you are saying yes when you really mean no, you are likely needing something yourself. Ask yourself what part of me needs something from them. It could be a need for approval, a fear of being seen a certain way, or a fear of loss. The best way to gauge your boundaries is to check in with your belly. Your belly is the second brain. It has an intelligence known as your gut feelings. Tune into this space when deciding what is okay for you. How does it feel? What is it trying to communicate with you? So, to me, feel like this is asking you to observe where you're letting your energy be drained from you. Um, Boundaries don't necessarily have to be with other people. Sometimes we can even violate our own boundaries without really realizing it. And by that I mean, sometimes, like, I am very guilty of this. So, for example, I'll use an example of this. Particularly, like, I myself, because I know, like, touching back on, like, some of the other things I've talked about with these other cards here, particularly with this one, and about, like, being wrapped up in negativity and struggling to see the beauty in things. One of the ways that I help myself in doing that is by actually placing limits on, like, social media usage. My phone has, like, a built-in feature where I can place, like, timers on, like, certain apps. And I do so for, like, social media, like Reddit and, like, Imager. I used to do that with Twitter. I don't really so much anymore because I don't really visit it a whole lot anymore. Which I should really be better about that because I should be using it to actually post things. So I'm trying to be better about that. In like that regard anyway. But so sometimes I'll just completely ignore that timer by just when the message comes up that the timer is, like, run out, there's an option to increase the timer or just remove it entirely for the day. I so frequently increase the timer or just completely remove the timer for the day. And take a guess what happens. I end up feeling not so great. And I feel a little bit more drained because I've allowed my energy to be drained from me in a way that I know affects me by just constantly being bombarded by negativity. Again, with, like, the whole thing with 24-hour news cycle, negativity is next to impossible to avoid entirely. Even if you filter out, like, certain terms, certain, like, places, for instance, like using Reddit as an example. Even if you filter out a bunch of subreddits or a bunch of terms or users, whatever, it's still gonna slip through. It's damn near impossible to avoid. And that would be a case of me, myself, crossing those boundaries with myself. I ignore them. So it doesn't necessarily have to be with, like, someone else or anything like that. Sometimes it can just be with yourself. Sometimes it can be just with, like, I guess, again, that probably just relates to crossing a boundary with yourself, but, like, doing something that you know you shouldn't, that you know, like, isn't going to do you any good, but you do it anyway. It's still probably, like, a crossing a boundary with yourself. So, but yeah, so it doesn't necessarily need to be with someone else. It can just kind of sometimes be with yourself, and sometimes you don't even realize that you're doing it. And Yeah. Um, yes. Um, what was the question you had? Sorry about that. I should probably find like a. Ah, okay. um, I should really find like a royalty-free like music thing to like play in the background, so it's not so silent. Because I do take a lot of pauses between things. Um, I'm not really a person who really has the ability to just be like constantly talking. Um, I personally like to. I like to consider things carefully before I say them. And I only speak when I have something to say. Yeah. I use OBS, but yeah, it's would still be as simple as that, yeah. So is it royalty free? Okay. Cause I've heard of like I've heard of like those like lo-fi like chill music channels. I just wasn't certain if it was all royalty free. If it's royalty free though, I'll have to take a look into that. So I feel something like that would probably be pretty chill. Yeah. I personally I chose OBS over Streamlabs because there was an issue with Streamlabs like a probably like a few years back at this point. I think they were caught like stealing code. So just out of personal preference, and as also someone who has experience in that sort of field, um, that's not a thing I can support. So, but So, yep. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll have to go find some sources to pull from. But yeah, I believe it or not, the field of like study that I went to school for was actually computer science, particularly with a focus um, initially in programming. Um, then uh, getting like network certifications is also something that I still need to do, and ultimately, both of those things would be used as an entry point essentially into cybersecurity. Ultimately, is yeah. So, probably a bit of an odd background for a choice like this, but like I say down in like my in like the panel section on my in the panel section on my profile here. I don't believe that like these two schools of thought, like between science and like something like this, necessarily need to be mutually exclusive. So I believe that they can coexist. So but yeah, um, it's still something I need to finish. It's something that a few years ago a wrench was just kind of thrown into the works there, and something I haven't finished. Something I need to get back to, but um, since then many other issues have kind of gotten in the way. Mainly um, health in general, but particularly mental health just taking a nosedive. That is only something that I've recently begun to be able to pull myself out of. And it is largely thanks to my interest in this. Yeah, My main language is C++, but I know a bit of Java. I know Python. I know Lua. I have experience in a few. There are a few newer ones that I have an interest in, but I'm not certain if that's something I would want to do. Yeah. But, anyway. Uh, so I hope that is, I hope that's something that you could identify with and resonate with, Jim. I hope those messages help in some way. Yeah, I like Linux. I have a distro installed on an old laptop of mine. It's a lot more lightweight than Windows, which is why I installed it on an old ass laptop. Laptop was starting to really starting to like slow down and just not do so great. So I just installed a lightweight Linux distro on it, and it works perfectly fine. So yeah, good. I'm glad. I hope that message helps in some way. And I hope things do begin to improve. Nah, you're good. Okay, I don't know if there's anyone else who wanted to join the queue here. Lan, are you still lurking back there? Maybe I have to step away to go do something. But, yeah. is one of my mods. You may have seen him around. He doesn't always talk a whole lot. He's also similar to me in the sense that um, he also doesn't speak a whole lot. He only speaks when he actually has something to say, something to contribute, so. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty much how he is too. He's also a pretty funny person. But I know part of the reason that part of the reason he also doesn't speak a lot here in chat either is because this is also a new experience to him. So. Yeah. Sorry, random hiccup. Yeah. I just get like a random singular hiccup sometimes, so. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I very, very rarely get like a series of hiccups. It's usually just a single one. It's really funny sometimes, especially when they're super intense and I either squeak or I make the weirdest noise possible. The worst is when it just happens in public or around people I don't know, because then they just stare at me. Like, what the fuck was that? So I guess for future reference, if I ever squeak or you ever hear unhumanly noise from me, it's it's a hiccup. So opening the queue up back for a few minutes here. If there are any last minute people who want to. My mod may have had to step away, otherwise I'm sure he would probably join. I have to go do something real quick. He hasn't had a reading in a few days, so. Starting to get real warm in here. Ugh. Yeah, I usually try to aim for like two. It's mostly just because I may not um, may not always be able to stream for like too much longer than that, because sometimes my body is just like absolutely not. You need to go rest. So well, thank you for stopping by. I'm assuming you two know each other. Probably gonna give it like another minute and then close the queue and close out with another collective. Okay. I will be soon. There's still time to join the queue if you wish. Thank you, and thank you for stopping by. Gonna go ahead and close there. Okay. Alrighty. So, yeah. Been streaming for over 3 hours. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice. Okay. So, danger zone. That means you are up first. Are you ready? Okay. They've been pretty kind tonight, so I hope they're kind to you as well. Though, I mean, if getting yelled at is something you want, I do have a deck that would probably fit that bill. So, your choice. So, what message does Danger Zone need to hear today? Okay. So you also got a few extra cards here. But that's alright. So, the first card you got here is the Hanged Man. The second one is the Queen of Swords. The third card is the Two of Wands. The fourth is Ace of Cups. The Six of Swords is your fifth card. And your sixth card is the World. So, to me, the vibe that I'm getting out of this currently is the need to pause. Let me move these down a little bit. To pause and reevaluate a little bit. Pause, reevaluate, and begin to move on and release the things that are getting in your way. Of completing your journey here. Perhaps whatever it is that is getting in your way is something that you need to pause and reflect on to figure out what exactly that is. With the Queen of Swords being here, with the Queen of Swords being here, what I'm getting out of that is that you need to essentially reach out and grab that for yourself. Because with the energy of this card, she knows what she wants, and she reaches out and takes it. It's also interesting, too, that this card is here along with this card. I believe that also goes in line with this being here as well, about reaching out and taking what you want. Because another thing that the Two of Wands here can represent also is that the world is at your fingertips. You just need to reach out and grab it. Essentially meaning there is a world of possibility out there for you. I hope that that is something that you can identify with and something that resonates with you. I hope that message is something that can help you in some way. Good. I'm glad. I'll go ahead and give you a choice here of which deck you want to use. They've both had some some messages to share. So the one that I was using is Work Your Light, which is the one on the left here. But Moonology did decide that it wanted to share some messages earlier, so I'm just giving people the choice now. So, is there one of the two here that's calling to you? Hello. I am doing well. How are you? Unfortunately, the queue is closed. I was asking Danger Zone, but if you want me to use Moonology on yours, cannot talk now for some reason. If you want me to use Moonology on your reading, that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna use the Work Your Light one. Oh, you're fine. Just letting me know ahead of time which one you want me to use, that's fine. Okay. What further insight? So the oracle card you got is Keepers of the Earth. Keepers of the Earth says, you are so supported. You do not stand alone. You have a magnificent team of helpers, both in this world and of the earth, who are here to help you every step of the way. Call upon them for assistance. They are here to help. The Keepers of the Earth acknowledge the work that you have done already, and are ready to work through you. They bow at your feet and thank you for wanting to stand for them, to devote your life to protecting the Earth in your unique way. It is time to increase your capacity to receive support in the physical realm. This can come in the form of financial abundance, acts of service from strangers, or people flocking to help you and your work. The only thing that is stopping you right now is your capacity to receive support. You deserve to be rewarded for the work that you are doing. You do not need to go at it alone. Call upon the Keepers of the Earth to help you and your mission. Open your heart and your mind to receiving more than you ever thought possible. What kind of support do you need? Call it in right away. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel like that card might be kind of giving you a hint as to what it is that is getting in your way and preventing you from going further along your journey here. So, what I get out of that is to allow people to help you. To me, this is saying that there are people who want to help you. There are people who care for you. There are people that want to help you. As it says, you're not alone. And if perhaps you believe in the concept of spirit guides, that also may be telling you to call in support from them as well. Sometimes we have to ask them for help before they can actually help us. If you believe in the concept of spirit guides, that is. Well, your message earlier told you that you're a bit disconnected from yourself and that you need to connect deeper with yourself. That is how you begin to listen. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I get what you mean. But connecting with ourselves helps you connect more with your intuition, which is again what yours was also kind of telling you. Yeah. Connecting more with yourself and learning to listen for that inner voice of your intuition is often the first step. Aside from that, I can't really offer too much advice. Because I myself am still new to this journey, so um, yeah. Yeah, I understand that struggle. um, I'm still not perfect at it, but um, I'm I'm doing my best to listen. That is like listening to my intuition is something that I've been very good at for most of my life, but not in this way. This part is new to me. It might seem like it's the same thing, but it is a bit different. But yeah, I understand the issue of not not being able to completely trust your intuition and yourself, um, or like wondering if that's your intuition or perhaps anxiety speaking to you. The skill is more so in learning to recognize which is which. If you suffer from anxiety too, I understand how difficult that can be. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, danger zone. I hope that helps you in some way. I hope that message is something you identify with and something that resonates with you. I hope it helps you a little. Okay. Okay. You are up next, Tori. Are you ready? Okay. What message does Tori need to hear today? Hmm. Interesting. So, the first card you got is the World. The second card you got is the Star. The third card you got is the Page of Wands reversed. Um, so, to me, this is saying essentially, maybe you're not. Maybe you're not as carefree as you could be. And this might be getting in the way a bit of your journey and completing your journey. The star here is telling you to have a little hope and to not give up. So maybe with this card here, again, not being as carefree as you could be, not careful, carefree. Maybe you're not being as carefree as you could be. Maybe there's like some negative emotions that you're dealing with right now that perhaps might be getting in your way. Perhaps might be bogging you down a little bit. Which tells me that maybe you might be being a little bit harsh on yourself right now. So, to me, this is saying that perhaps you do need to embody the upright energy of this card, which is a sense of being carefree, a sense of childlike wonder and enjoyment. Well, I think this one is definitely telling you that you are. This is the road to completion. Yeah. But maybe your top choice isn't the best choice right now. Maybe like if you do get rejected or something, maybe now isn't the best time. But regardless, this is telling you right here, whatever happens, you are on the right path. The world is the completion of a journey. Maybe. With the star being there too, it's definitely telling you to still hold on to hope. It's telling you not to give up. But if things don't turn out the way you want them to, it still sounds like the other options will still be great too. And if you get into your top choice, that's even more reason to celebrate. So I assume you're talking about college here, it sounds like. So, I wish you the best of luck with wherever that leads you. Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck with that. Wherever that path takes you, good luck. Either way, you've gotten to this point, so you've gotten this far, you're gonna do great. Okay. Let's see what the Moonology deck has to say. So, what further insight do you have? There you go. Well, that certainly goes very well with this star right there. Blue moon. Believe in the impossible. So that one says, as the saying goes, some things happen only once in a blue moon. In other words, hardly ever. Drawing this card suggests you're about to get a rare chance, and that something one-off could well be about to happen. This card is a very positive sign if you felt like you're hoping for too much, or asking for too much of the universe. Whatever you were asking about, well, it might only happen once in a blue moon, but it can happen. However, with this rare opportunity before you, it is important that you believe in it. If you convince yourself that whatever you're asking about can never go in your favor, then guess what? It won't go in your favor. Be grateful for this card, which is a reminder to believe in your dreams. So again, keep holding on to hope. Don't give up. Keep believing it can happen. So I hope that message helps you. Whatever happens, I wish you the best of luck. And also, whatever happens, remember to be proud of yourself. You got this far. Yeah? Sure it would be. So, which is why, no matter the outcome, you should still be proud of yourself. I wish you the best of luck with that. I hope it works out for you. Nice. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Hello. I'm fortunately about to close out here, but if you want to stick around for the collective reading that I'm about to close out with, you're more than welcome to. Okay. So, let's see What message do the cards have for us as a closing message? What do those who might be watching need to hear today? I'm glad you painted your nails. What message do you have for us? Oh no. Tell me you're only gonna pop out like one card. Come on. You can't leave us off with this card. Come on. No. It's again referring to like the limits we place on ourselves and the ways in which we hold ourselves back. But essentially, um, more so the ways that we like a sense of feeling trapped, but that's usually due to ourselves. Um, yeah. So there's a human under there. I forget the story of this card. I'll have to look in the book in a second to see what story is associated with the image on this card. But yeah, I think you're not too far off. Anyway, it is. I forget the story associated with it. Um, let me grab the book really quick. The storybook that's associated with this deck. Um, so first let me put these out. So it spit out 4 cards here. First one being 8 of Swords. Second one being 2 of Swords reversed. And third one is the World again. And then the fourth is Judgment. Okay, so this is the storybook that is associated with this deck. This deck is like an imagery based on the deck, or the imagery of this deck is like based on a bunch of like different stories from a bunch of different areas of the world and a bunch of different cultures. Let me figure out which one this is here. Yeah. The story is Donkey Skin. Yeah, so it appears that it's just a donkey skin, but it does kind of look like it's crossed with something else there, yeah. But anyway, so uh to me this says essentially that currently we might be feeling a bit trapped, a bit bogged down in like our negative emotions, particularly perhaps like feelings of anxiety and such. And this is pointing towards imbalance and a need for balance. If we wish to continue on our journey and our path to growth and improvement here, it is something that we need to let go of and rebalance, which is very on theme for the earlier readings. Let me. I think I'm going to draw another one from the Moonology deck. So I opened with the other one, so I'm going to close out with this one here. So, what further insight do you have here? further insight do you have here? Thought about it. What note is that? Okay. I'm gonna have to pull a card here because deck is being very indecisive. Oh, I thought that's what it was, but I couldn't quite tell. Okay. Well, that card would be New Moon in Leo. Confidence is your key to success. This card heralds the start of a new cycle for you. When you're going to look and feel more gorgeous, more in the spotlight, more like you have something worth showing off. If you want someone's attention, this card says it's coming. However, this may not happen all by itself. You have to be willing to do your bit. That means being proud of who you are and what you have to offer. Think of yourself as the king or queen of the jungle, and carry yourself accordingly. This card is also a great omen if you're asking about a creative project you're working on. Alternatively, it can herald good news or a new start for your children. So, that definitely goes in line with this card here. The anxiety and like feelings of self-doubt and feeling trapped. Oracle card is asking you to have a little bit more confidence in yourself. It's a nice message to close out with. So with that, it is unfortunately time that I close out here. But thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for sharing your time. I hope that I could deliver a message that helped you in some way. For those of you who are currently struggling or who may not be having the best of nights, I hope that it improves for you. And also, this applies to everyone. Remember to do things for yourself. You are also allowed to have fun. That was one of the first messages. I think that may have been the first message that we got in the collectives earlier. So, remember to have fun. But, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time. I hope your nights improve. Hopefully I'll see you all some other time. Bye for now.